Are you biting? Stop biting. Shush. Hello, is anyone there? No one yet? Okay. The trial is about to start. I don't know at what time. It's 9 o'clock in Texas, so I thought it would start at 9. I need to run out and do some errands. I'll leave it running. Let's these people. All right. I wrote to the people who fired me from the bookkeeping job, but they told me that in December they might need some help. So I just wrote to the office manager. Nobody's here. 0 people. Oh, I have such a popular channel. So we're waiting for, let me get my coffee in the meantime. I'm waiting for this trial to start. The prosecution is going to be questioning the accused. And then I don't know who else they're going to question. But let me get my coffee. And I'll leave, and when I run out to run my errands, I'll leave it running. It's raining. It's raining over here. You'll never guess what my father's broker sent a box of Godiva chocolates to him, but my parents aren't here. So I opened the box and I'm eating the whole thing. I've been eating it nonstop. Oh, yay, 1 person. Hello there. Welcome to the Ramble Scramble Show, the most popular show on YouTube. So as I said, I'm going to be running an errand. I leave here about 11. What time is it? It's 10:30. I'll be leaving in 30 minutes. Maybe even 25 minutes. So I'll just leave this running while I'm gone. Oh, I'll give you the link. I'll give you the link directly to the trial in case something goes wrong. Mm-hmm. 1 second. Here's this trial. Wait, somebody's writing to me. I think sounds like a coming. Well, let me make sure that that's a link directly to the trial. Oh, the sound's on. Okay. Is the sound on? All right. Looks like they're here. Right. When they start talking, I'll mute my mic. Oh, did someone write me? No work. They said in January. Okay. Actually, that's good. Now I can make my plans for the holidays. And then January, I start work. I start working full blast. This year, I got to work. This year, I cannot be just jumping around back and forth. My parents are coming in January. So, anyway, know my sweetness. She likes coffee. It's so weird. My dog likes coffee. I wonder if it's good for her. Maybe it helps her. I gotta give her medicine. Maybe it helps her brain. I wonder. Let me look that up. Does coffee help hydrocephalus? No, but coffee's probably bad for dogs. We're gonna look up two things. Does coffee help hydrocephaly? Does coffee help Does coffee help hydrocephaly? But I bet you coffee is bad for dogs. Regulation of cerebral spinal fluid production by caffeine consumption. The results of this study show that the long-term consumption of caffeine can induce ventriculomegaly, which is mediated. I'm looking at the National Institutes for Health. However, its effect on the structure of the brain has not been investigated to date. Long-term consumption was observed 40% of ventriculomegaly. This was observed in 40% of the study rats, in caffeine-treated rats with ventriculomegaly. There was increased production of CSF associated with the increased expression of Na+. I guess that's sodium, potassium, blah, blah, blah. Cerebral blood flow. But yeah, that's blood flow. What she has is her liquid on her brain. The involvement conclusion. The results of this study show that long-term consumption of caffeine can induce ventriculomegaly, which is, I gotta look that up. Moreover, we also show that adenosine receptor signal can regulate the production of CSF, which I don't know what that is either. Let me look up ventriculomegaly. 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 Boom. You're not in yet? Okay. Oh, hello there. Oh, nobody. I thought somebody, it was my own. I thought you posted something in the chat. Okay. Ventriculomegaly is a condition in which the ventricles appear larger than normal on a prenatal ultrasound. This can occur when CSF becomes trapped in the spaces, causing them to grow larger. Ventricles develop early in pregnancy. Oh, but it's still about the brain. What is ventriculomegaly? I don't even know what it is, though. Symptoms, cause, diagnosis, and treatment. Ventriculomegaly. Ventriculomegaly is a condition in which the brain ventricles or fluid-filled cavities are enlarged due to buildup of cerebrospinal fluid. That's what she has. She has a buildup of cerebral spinal fluid. So if they get enlarged, Ventriculomegaly is a condition in which the brain ventricles or fluid-filled cavities are enlarged due to buildup of cerebral spinal fluid. It's CSF, cerebral bright spinal fluid. Cerebrospinal fluid. CSF is a fluid that protects the brain and spinal cord. The severity of ventriculomegaly depends on how enlarged the brain is. In some cases, fluid keeps building up and the ventricles grow larger over time. This condition is known as hydrocephalus. That's what she has. So apparently, caffeine is not good for it because it causes buildup. Let me see. What are the symptoms associated with ventriculomegaly? Ventriculomegaly is first found prenatally by the presence of enlarged ventricles in the brain. Newborns with mild ventriculomegaly may have no signs or symptoms. When children develop hydrocephalus, or in this case, my dog has hydrocephalus, one or more of the following symptoms: a rapidly growing large head. She doesn't have that. A bulging soft spot. Well, that's in babies. Bulging veins at the scalp. Irritability or sleepiness. She is irritable. Poor feeding. She eats okay. Abnormal eye movement. Developmental delays. Yeah, all that stuff. Treatment. Babies diagnosed with ventriculomegaly should be delivered in hospitals where treat babies with complex birth defects. Mildly enlarged ventricles often need no treatment. I think she's kind of mild because her head isn't bulging. She can't have the procedure. There's a procedure that they do sometimes on dogs or people. It's surgical procedure, but she can't have it done, the doctor said. You put a shunt, long-term effects. Outcomes for babies with injury depend on most children with mild, non-progressive cases that do not involve brain damage or developmental abnormalities will not have any long-term health effects. Yeah. Well, she's a dog. She's not a child. But okay, I don't think caffeine is good for her. But anyway, also let me see, is caffeine bad for dogs? Is coffee bad for dogs? Because she keeps smelling it, and when I turn away, sometimes she's drinking it. I of course scold her and get it away from her. Because I put it on a little table next to me, but I put it too close to the edge and she could reach it. Is coffee bad for dogs? I'm constantly searching. Coffee beans, grounds, and brewed coffee contain caffeine, a very dangerous and toxic chemical to cats and dogs. Okay, no more coffee for her. Not that I ever let her have it, but she does like it. And then sometimes I finish my coffee and I put the cup on the floor, and but it still has the coffee in it, like the coffee smell. And she'll put her nose into the coffee cup. She really likes it. I'll let her smell the cup. Ooh, it's too watery. I didn't make it strong enough. I made I didn't make instant today. I made it from the coffee maker. I'm so sleepy. Okay, they started. I'm gonna mute the mic.
Did y'all get those? Do you have any objections or additions for the court's charge?
The only thing that I could think of, Your Honor, was on the tampering charge.
Yes.
On the verdict form, and the language in there, that it's specified to wit a human corpse to distinguish between physical evidence of third degree and physical evidence of human corpse of second degree.
Well, it's guilty as charged. I mean, we don't put, found guilty of murder with a knife or gun.
I agree. I completely agree with that. Just that there's a.
No, I'm aware, but it is guilty as charged. If there was a lesser included, I would see your point with that, but I'll note your exception. Anything else from the state regarding the charges? And you have the one where I excluded the sharp object?
Yes, I saw that, Your Honor. And then I believe Ms. Botello sent an email suggesting just a change in form and how it read.
On the,
It looks like on the
murder
on
charge?
the tampering charge,
Right.
formal on the tampering charge, that it was in there, altered, destroyed, or conceal a thing to a human corpse, knowing that an offense has been committed to it, murder. But that obviously it tracked the language of the statute, so there's no error either way. So that was kind of just her email this morning.
Well, hold on. All right, well, I'll look at it. Okay. Anything else from the state?
No.
And anything from the defense?
Your Honor, we're just re-urging that a 3823 instruction be added to both charges. We sent to you and the state Robertson, which is the case law that we're relying upon. We believe we've met the 3 requirements under Robertson, that the evidence must raise an issue of fact, that the evidence on that fact must be affirmatively contested, and that the contested factual issue must be material to the lawfulness of the challenged conduct in obtaining the evidence. We have met that 3-pronged test, we believe, and we are asking for those instructions to be met. We believe by giving this 3823 language in the instruction, this would protect our clients' constitutional rights under the Texas and U.S. constitutions and codified laws.
I think you can distinguish Robertson in that the exception under 3823B, wherein the officers were relying on, in good faith, on a search warrant that was signed by a magistrate. The court found, excuse me, that those affidavits were sufficient, and therefore your request is denied, and your objection to the charges overruled.
Your Honor, in order to preserve the record, we would like to continue our objection on this, and
I will give you a running objection to the lack of a 3823 charge in the jury charge, and note that your error, or any error that you're alleging, well, your objection is preserved, rather, not error, your objection is preserved.
all right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there anything else from the defense?
Nothing else from the defense on the issue of the jury charges, Your Honor.
All right, then, Ms. Geis, you need to retake the witness stand. The defendant is on cross-examination. All right, then we're ready for the jury.
All right.
You may be seated. All right, Ms. Dykes, you are still under oath. Ms. Pittman, you have the witness on cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dykes, we left off yesterday, we were talking about Kyle Williams, and Kyle Williams is your son, is that right?
Yes,
He's your youngest son, is that correct?
yes,
And he's the one that actually introduced you to Chuck, is that correct?
yes,
He was the manager of the bar at on premise, and he actually initially hired Chuck as a doorman and a bouncer, is that right?
yes,
And, Kyle knows Dax, Kyle knows Freddie, Kyle knows all those guys down there that hang out at the on premise on a regular basis, is that right?
he knows the ones at on premise, yes,
Okay. And Kyle is still here locally in Dallas, is that right?
yes,
Now, all the rest of your children, Aaron and Chelsea, were living with you in Mesquite, the 3113 Kensington house, and they all moved back to Florida, but Kyle stayed here in Dallas, is that right?
yes,
And you and Kyle are really close, is that right?
yes,
You guys talk frequently, and throughout the course of when you left Dallas, you continue to stay in communication with them, is that correct?
yes,
Now, we were talking yesterday about Kyle, and as I said, you have continued to talk to him up until today, is that right?
yes,
I mean, as often as you can.
yes,
Now, you told Kyle, or you became aware through Kyle in a phone conversation that the DA's office was trying to contact him, didn't you?
I'm not aware of that for sure, I don't remember that he mentioned anything like that.
You know that he called you, or you called him. And he told you that we had gone out to his apartment and left the business card out there, right?
I don't remember him saying that specifically.
And he told you that he thought it was the neighbor that kind of ratted him out as to where he lived, right?
I really don't remember him saying anything like that.
And he later told you that he had gotten a subpoena via text message from us, right?
He mentioned he had gotten a subpoena via a text message, and I told him I wasn't sure if that was correct service of a subpoena.
Because you know the law and you know your way around the courtroom, right?
I do know about subpoena service, yes.
And you couldn't get a hold of, you were talking to Aaron, again, you talk to him frequently as well, right?
I do,
And you were talking to him last week, just last week on October 8th. I'm sorry, not October 8th, December 8th, weren't you?
I don't really know the date. I talk to Aaron when he's off and I can catch him, so
Okay, and he's off around 7:33 or 6:33 at night, isn't he?
it depends on the route he runs. He's an armed guard.
Okay, and and that's what he was doing when he was here. He was working when he was in Dallas, wasn't he?
Yes,
Okay, and was Chelsea working when she was in Dallas?
no,
But Jimmy was working at the Amazon
yes,
place, right?
Mhm.
The phone number you use for Aaron is 407-412-1331, is that right?
yes,
And when you call, you talk for several minutes, 10, 15 minutes, somewhere around there sometimes.
yes,
And you recall, you know that Aaron was talking to you about the trial, was talking to you about Kyle, and telling him that Kyle needs to communicate with you, right?
I don't remember specifically the
Okay, but that
conversation.
sounds about right, doesn't it?
Can you repeat it?
That you were talking to Aaron and telling him that Kyle needs to communicate. You need Kyle to communicate for him.
With whom? Like,
With
I
you.
don't know. Like, well, I talk to him every day, so that doesn't necessarily make sense.
Okay, and Aaron told you that, or you told Aaron that Kyle doesn't need to show up. Is that right?
I don't even know what that context would be.
Well, Aaron told you that Kyle was going to come to trial on Monday, and you said, he does not need to come to court on Monday, and I told him that. Do you recall that?
I don't specifically recall these conversations because, again, I talk to the kids like all the time. So
And you asked Aaron to make sure that Kyle knows, no, do not come to the courtroom. Aaron asked you, is this because of the subpoena? And you replied, yeah, like, I'm not going to say anything more than that. Do you remember that?
No,
Okay, do you need to hear that phone call to refresh your recollection of it?
I wouldn't, it wouldn't make a difference if I heard it. Like, I don't really recall having said that, but
So if you heard your voice and you heard Aaron's voice and you heard that conversation, are you telling this jury that just wouldn't refresh your recollection at all about the conversation?
I don't remember having said it. Like, I talk to my kids every day. So,
Your Honor, may I have the witness and defendant listen to her jail call from that particular day to refresh your recollection?
You can. Are there any earphones, and can you take the laptop up there for the proper refreshing of her recollection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any earphones for this?
1 second, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I may, I have to grab something for you.
That'd be great, rather than send the jury out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. But if not, we can do that. Oh, excellent, thank you.
Just don't move that.
Thank you, you put it on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Just gonna sit in this chair if that's okay.
That's totally fine. It'll go
I
on.
will not let people fall.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bertrand. Can you hear?
again.
Okay, bye bye. I'm gonna go run some errands. I'll be back, but I'll leave this on.
jump ahead to the portion we've been talking about.
Ms. Dykes, did that refresh your recollection of that call?
It did, thank you.
Okay, and, I mean, what I was asking you about, the fact that you're talking to Aaron and you're discussing Kyle's appearance here in court. You told Aaron, he does not need to come to court Monday. I told him that. Is that right?
I did.
And, she asked Aaron to make sure that Kyle knows, no, do not come to the courtroom, right?
Yes,
And Aaron asked, is this because of the subpoena? Is that right?
yes, he did.
And you said, yeah, like, I am not going to say anything more than that, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, Nina actually met Bill when she was like 16, is that right?
I'm not sure exactly the age that Nina met Bill, but she was young.
Very young, right?
I think it was after she graduated high school, so I'm going to say she was probably 18 or so.
And they got married shortly after, right?
I believe so.
She never had kids of her own.
No,
Now, you made it a point on direct yesterday to tell the jury, Chuck's a violent man, didn't he?
I didn't.
And you were so scared of Chuck that after you met him, you bought him a car, right?
I did buy a car, yes.
And you had to move into your house after your daughter and son and brother moved out just within weeks, right?
Yes,
You invested in his rap career,
I did.
right? And even after he produced something like Defense Exhibit 7, that rap video, you continued to invest in his rap career, right?
I did.
You were so scared of him that you got matching tattoos with him, didn't you?
I did.
You were so scared of him that you brought Nina, your best friend of 14 years and now wife, around this man, didn't you?
I did.
You were so scared of him that you chose his last name after getting married to Nina, right?
I chose Beltran.
And you were so scared of him that when he had a rap show in Arkansas, you paid for the rooms, you paid for the van, you paid for the slot, and you and Nina went up there to the rap show, right?
I did.
You were so scared of him that when this all happened and you learned that the FBI was looking for Chuck, you met him in Pennsylvania, 45 minutes away from where Nina's house was. Is that right?
I did.
In fact, can I push the honor, the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
It states 404, I mean, that's a map where East Stroudsburg is compared to the city Bethlehem that you said he just showed up at with no notice. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, state moves to admit states 404 for all purposes, tender to defense counsel.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 404 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I mean, this is 37.1 miles away, right?
Yes,
He didn't know where to go. He went to Bethlehem and called you, and you met him there.
actually, he did know the address of the house.
Now- You were so scared of him that you all got him a passport in Buffalo, New York, didn't you?
We did.
You were so scared of him that you actually paid off his child support so that he could go with you to Mexico.
We did.
You actually left him in Mexico, didn't you?
We did.
You bought him a Jeep, didn't you?
No, we bought the Jeep for me.
You let Chuck drive the Jeep, didn't you?
He did drive the Jeep, yes.
And when you all left him in Mexico, you left him there for a couple weeks, didn't you?
We did.
And yet you went back and drove from Pennsylvania all the way down to Mexico to pick him back up, didn't you?
We did.
And when you picked him back up, you guys went to Albuquerque and you drove in 2 separate cars with Chuck all the way to Miami and let him move in Miami into the Miami apartment with you.
We did.
And then when he left that Miami apartment is when Nina got arrested and then you got arrested and then he was away from you, right?
Yes.
You did a lot of things to make sure that you stayed in contact with Charles Beltran, even though you had the opportunity when he went to Mexico to leave him there, didn't you?
We didn't feel that we really had any kind of choice in this. Ever.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Dykes, this is State's Exhibit 5, which has been admitted for record purposes. Is this just an identical copy of that, and this one's just typed? Is that correct?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, we would like to offer State's Exhibit 403 for all purposes. Defense counsel.
Oh, no objection, Judge. It's been approved.
Is that 2 pages?
It's just 403 that we're entering into admitting into evidence, just 1 page of the calendar.
Right. State's Exhibit 403 is admitted for all purposes.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do need to send you out of the courtroom for just a few minutes, but we'll have you back in 5.
All rise.
All right, you may be seated. Dykes, you can go back to your place by your attorney. Right, now that we are outside the presence and hearing of the jury, Mr. Brown, the court has reviewed the jury charge language in the tampering case and the state's request to modify it as to form for it to read more easily. I do think the way that you've written it does make more sense. However, the charge not only tracks the statute, but it also tracks your indictment. So I'm gonna leave it the way it is, the way you all have charged it, the way it reads in the indictment. So, I do think that if you were to indict future cases with that form change, I think that would probably suffice. All right, do you have any other witnesses to call, Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor, this way we're gonna rest.
All right. We will then have arguments of counsel. Will we stay open?
Yes, Your Honor.
How much time?
How much time, that's up to you. How much time total?
Do you want, I mean, I'll give you, it's been a long trial. Do you want 45 minutes? I mean,
45 minutes would suffice. Yeah, hopefully we get some of that time back. But
I anticipate we would.
Mr. Harris, will 45 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor, I just think that be sufficient.
All right. Mr. Brown, since you're going to open for the state, what kind of warning do you want? How much time?
you let me know when I've used 10 minutes and then I'll wrap up quickly after that.
All right. And Ms. Pittman?
Your Honor, if you'll just let me know if I have 2 minutes left.
Mr. Harris?
Yeah, 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Okay. All right, so when the jury comes in, the defense will rest, both sides will close, and then I will read the charges. Is there any objection to the court? I will read the murder charge in its entirety, and then read the tampering with physical evidence charge up until the point both charges are identical, and then the verdict. Is there any objection to the court doing that?
None from the state.
Not for the defense, sir.
All right. I'll give you a few minutes to gather your thoughts and prepare any evidence that you want to show.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Sadler, Ms. Garza, I'm sorry to interrupt. Will you let the jury know we're on a 10-minute break? Thank you. They can get Scooby snacks. Who said that? Oh, hello. Good morning, Ms. Barker. Good morning. I like your tone on tone. I'm wearing tone on tone today as well. Yes. Shane must be copying Ms. Myra McIntosh. She is very stylish. All right, we're not on record, but Mr. Wood, I do see that, Mr. Brown, I don't know why I'm calling Mr. Wood.
Trapped with in-laws this holiday season?
Did you hear the owl?
Escape to any of our 2,400 locations with the Planet Fitness Black Card. Also bring a friend for free and get access to the Black Card Spa. Just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends November 30th.
You may be seated. All right, Mr. Harris, call our next witness.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defense will rest.
All right, what says the state?
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state closes its case.
Defense also closed session.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have now heard all of the evidence that you are to hear in this case. The court has prepared the court's charges to the jury in each case. I will read these to you. This is the law that you are to apply to the evidence in this case. You do not have to memorize this. These two charges will go back to the jury room with you. Court's charge to the jury. Members of the jury, the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, has been charged by indictment with the felony offense of murder as alleged to have been committed on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Offense definitions. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of murder if she intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual, or if she intends to cause serious bodily injury, or intentionally or knowingly commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual. Term definitions. An act means a bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntarily, and includes speech. Person means an individual. Individual means a human being who is alive. Deadly weapon means a firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury, or anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death. Serious permanent disfigurement or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Mental state definitions. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of her conduct when it is her conscious objective or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of her conduct when she is aware that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Party liability. A person is criminally responsible as a party to an offense if the offense is committed by her own conduct, by the conduct of another for which she is criminally responsible, or both. A person is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, she solicits, encourages, directs, aids, or attempts to aid the other person to commit the offense. Mere presence alone will not constitute one a party to an offense. Accomplice witness. Upon the law of accomplice witness testimony, you are instructed that Charles Beltran was an accomplice if any offense was committed as alleged in the indictment. With this in mind, you are further instructed that you cannot convict the defendant upon Charles Beltran's testimony unless you first believe that his testimony is true and shows the guilt of the defendant as charged in the indictment, and then you cannot convict the defendant unless Charles Beltran's testimony is corroborated by other evidence tending to connect the defendant with the offense charged. The corroboration is not sufficient if it merely shows the commission of an offense, but it must tend to connect the defendant with its commission. And then from all the evidence, you must believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged against her. You are further instructed that mere presence of the accused in the company of an accomplice witness shortly before or after the time of the offense, if any, is not, in itself, sufficient corroboration of the accomplice witness's testimony. Application paragraph. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 5th day of October 2020, in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, acting alone or as a party, did unlawfully then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of Marisella Botello, an individual, hereinafter called deceased, by stabbing deceased with a knife, a deadly weapon, or If you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, acting alone or as a party to the offense as defined herein, did unlawfully then and there commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, by stabbing deceased with a knife, a deadly weapon, and did hereby cause the death of Marisella Botello Valadez, an individual, then you will find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. Indictment. An indictment is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the question of guilt of the defendant. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, indicted for, or otherwise charged with an offense does not give rise to any inference of guilt at the trial. Presumption of innocence. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence. Instruction regarding bias. You are instructed that jurors must be able and willing to make careful and impartial decisions that are not based on bias or prejudice. Do not let any personal bias, prejudice, sympathy, or resentment on your part, or any such personal emotion on your part, enter your deliberation or affect your verdict in this case. All persons deserve fair treatment and equal justice under the law, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You must set aside your own personal biases and prejudices during your deliberations and base your verdict on the evidence. Decisions based either wholly or in part on unfair stereotypes have no place in a criminal trial and will taint any verdict which is not based solely on the evidence and these instructions. Burden of proof. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt after considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit her and say by your verdict, not guilty. Evidentiary instructions. You are instructed that if there is any evidence before you in this case regarding the defendant having committed any offenses other than the offense alleged against her in the indictment in this case, you cannot consider said evidence for any purpose unless you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed such other offense, if any. Even then, you may only consider the same in determining the state of mind of the defendant. Motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, or absence of mistake or accident of the defendant, if any, in connection with the offense alleged against her in the indictment. At times throughout the trial, the court has been called upon to pass on the question of whether or not certain offered evidence might be properly admitted. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for such rulings and are not to draw any inferences from them. Whether offered evidence is admissible is purely a question of law. In admitting evidence to which an objection is made, the court neither determines what weight should be given to such evidence, nor passes upon the credibility of the witness. As to any offer of evidence that has been rejected by the court, you, of course, must not consider the same. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not conjecture as to what the answer might have been, or as to the reason for the objection. You are instructed that you are not to allow yourselves to be influenced in any degree whatsoever by what you may think or surmise the opinion of the court to be. The court has no right by any word or any act to indicate any opinion respecting any matter of fact involved in the case, nor to indicate any desire respecting its outcome. The court has not intended to express any opinion upon any matter of fact in this case, and if you have observed anything which you have or may interpret as the court's opinion upon any matter of fact in this case, you must wholly disregard it. You are instructed that it is only from the witness stand that the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding the case, and no juror is permitted to communicate to any other juror anything he might have heard regarding the case from any source other than the witness stand. Deliberation instructions. After you retire to the jury room, you should select one of your members as your presiding juror. It is his or her duty to preside at your deliberations, vote with you, and when you have unanimously agreed upon your verdict, to certify to your verdict by using the appropriate form attached hereto and signing the same as presiding juror. Your verdict must be unanimous and shall be arrived at by due deliberations and not by majority vote or any method of chance. You are instructed that any statements of counsel made during the course of the trial or during argument not supported by the evidence, or statements of law made by counsel not in harmony with the law as stated to you by the court in these instructions, are to be wholly disregarded. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case, which is not shown by the evidence. During your deliberations, you are also instructed you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media such as telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, or computer, the internet or any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website such as Facebook, Snapchat, LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, or Twitter, now X or 10, to communicate to anyone any information about this case or conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict, if any. After you retire to consider your verdict, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the bailiff who has you in charge. You may communicate with this court in writing, signed by your presiding juror, through the bailiff who has you in charge. Do not attempt to talk to the bailiff, the attorneys, or the court concerning any question you may have. Your sole duty at this time is to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant under the indictment in this cause, and restrict your deliberations solely to the issue of guilt or innocence of the defendant. If you have a verdict or you wish to have a break, turn on the red light and the bailiff will quickly respond. The very last page are the two verdict forms. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, not guilty. There is a place for the presiding juror to print and then sign his or her name. Now, with the second charge, I will read to you only the portions that are different than the court's charge in the murder case. Court's charge to the jury. Members of the jury. The defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, has been charged by indictment with the felony offense of tampering with physical evidence, alleged to have been committed on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Offense definition. A person commits an offense if the person, knowing that an offense has been committed, alters, destroys, or conceals any record, document, or thing with intent to impair its verity, legibility, or availability as evidence in a subsequent investigation of or official proceeding related to the offense. It is a felony offense if the thing altered, destroyed, or concealed is a human corpse. Term definitions. Official proceeding means any type of administrative, executive, legislative, or judicial proceeding that may be conducted before a public servant. Public servant means a person elected, selected, appointed, employed, or otherwise designated as one of the following, even if he is not yet qualified for the office or assumed his duties. An officer, employee, or agent of the government, a juror or grand juror, or an arbiter, referee, or other person authorized by law or private written agreement to hear or determine a cause or controversy, or an attorney at law or notary public when participating in the performance of a governmental function, or a candidate for nomination or election to public office, or a person who is performing a governmental function under a claim of right, although he is not legally qualified to do so. Person means an individual. Individual means a human being who is alive. Human corpse includes any portion of a human corpse, the cremated remains of a human corpse, or any portion of the cremated remains of a human corpse. Mental state definitions are the same as in the murder charge. Party liability is the same. Accomplice witness is the same. Construction. Application paragraph. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, acting alone or as a party, did then and there, knowing that an offense had been committed, to wit, murder, alter, destroy, or conceal a thing, to wit, a human corpse, with intent to impair its verity, legibility, or availability as evidence in any subsequent investigation of or official proceeding related to the offense, then you will find the defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment. Unless you so find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. The instructions regarding indictment, presumption of innocence, bias, burden of proof, evidentiary instructions, deliberation instructions are all the same. The verdict forms in the tampering with physical evidence case read, we the jury unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment, or we the jury unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, not guilty. Again, there is a place for the presiding juror to print and then sign his or her name. We will now have arguments of counsel. Each side has been allotted 45 minutes. The state will open and close. Mr. Brown.
Marisella deserved better. Marisella deserved better than Raul on October 4th when he couldn't get to his apartment. When he let her go back out alone. Marisella deserved better than Chuck. Marisella deserved better than any of these nonsense issues about the Dallas Police Department and things that happened after the investigation. Marisella deserves better than to be talked about, look at what she's wearing in opening statements. Marisella deserved better than to be a photograph in the Dallas County Courthouse in the state of Texas versus Lisa Dykes, because Lisa Dykes lost control in October of 2020 of a man she was obsessed with, Charles Beltran, Chuck. Because she lost control, couldn't get a hold of him. He brings home a woman after she's told him no. And she straddles Marisella in the middle of the night, in her sleep, in Dallas, Texas, here in Mesquite. Lets her die. Wraps her body up in trash and dumps her in Wilmer, Texas, right off the road, off Post Oak Road. But what Marisella does is her U-12 and the two alternates. We spent a lot of time last Monday sitting over here, and we talked about all these issues. We talked about the law. We talked about a lot of things. It was a very active session. You all spoke quite a bit, and you are here because you agreed and you said, I can do this job. You are here because you said, I can handle this job. There was nothing about this job that said, I can't do it. All 12 of them. Right? In jury selection, last Monday, we talked about what is beyond a reasonable doubt. We talked about there's no legal definition, but obviously it cannot be 100%. 3 people in that room that night. It's not 100%. It's not beyond all doubt. It's not beyond all possible doubt. You all agreed with that, right? It's all about being reasonable and using your common sense. Keep that with you throughout this, right? We talked, and just to put this out there, right? There should be no doubt in your mind Marisella is killed in that bedroom that evening, in the early hours of October 5th. Look at all the evidence you have. There is no doubt of that. We talked about this. What is that a picture of? Many of you knew right away. Some maybe need some more. Let's talk about that. How does that relate here? Maybe one of those puzzle pieces is Chuck's testimony. Right? A pretty important piece. Something on a piece. Right? We've got those call detail records that show this defendant, Nina Morano, right where that body's found. Right? We've got Lisa Dykes calling into work October 5th. We've got the DNA results that Maricella's blood is in the carpet pad of that Kensington address. We've got that Lisa Dykes quits her job on October 16th. The week news articles start to surface about Marisella missing. We've got that's the day after she gets a call from the FBI and that she lied to the FBI. We've got the whole picture, right? Like we talked about, are you willing to get back there with circumstantial evidence, lay it all on the table, and weigh it all with one another? See how those pieces fit together. How do they all come together? What checks back with what? Take away Chuck's testimony, right? Start with Chuck's testimony out of that puzzle piece. That's all Accomplice Law tells you to do, is that does his testimony make sense? Is it corroborated by anything else? There's not any specific thing that has to be corroborated, just is his testimony corroborated about the offense that took place and her involvement? And it is. The motive, all kinds of things are corroborated each step of the way by what Chuck says. So take his puzzle piece away, put everything else on the table first. Don't look at just the one piece, right? The defense has you heard Ms. Dykes, she's got to answer for every single puzzle piece. That they're all just unlucky coincidences. Don't do that. You said you wouldn't do it, don't do it. Lay them all on the table, weigh them against each other, and weigh them individually once they're all in front of you. Then you can start to see what the actual picture is, right? We talked a lot about this, right? Is it reasonable to weigh an individual piece of evidence by itself in a vacuum? You all answered, no. Why not? That makes no sense. That's not how we're going to do our job. So don't do it that way, right? Weigh them all individually, right? We talked a lot about circumstantial evidence. That's what you have here. You do have a lot of circumstantial evidence. You have quite a bit of circumstantial evidence. A lot of strong circumstantial evidence. So weigh, right? You said, hey, I understand that there are a lot of criminal cases that may be just circumstantial evidence, and I can do that job. I can give a fair trial, and I can make sure that justice is done. Motive. We talked about each and every one of you. Why? Why is motive important? You answered about why motive is important. You heard people answer. Of course, that is an important thing for us to know. And you have plenty of evidence that you've heard of this trial as to her motive. The only person with motive and a reason to kill Marisella October 5th, 2020. We talked about his evidence, his flight and evidence of guilt. Absolutely. You all said. Weigh it. Consider it with everything that you have. Okay? We talked a little bit about the law of parties. It's in your charge, right? Because obviously you have multiple people here, right? That you're criminally responsible if you do something with someone, commit a criminal offense, right? If you aid, you encourage, you solicit, right? You help in some kind of way. Everyone understood that. And that's also why Charles Beltran is guilty of tampering with a human corpse, because whenever he sees this happen and he tells Lisa, instead of calling 911, fine, take care of it, and she says, grab Nina, and he does, he has now aided, assisted, and helped. And he took responsibility for that. And his punishment's being assessed. It's 20 years in prison. He knows that. We talked a little bit here also about the witness testimony, right? And it's going to be your job to weigh all the evidence that comes from that stand from witnesses, right? People you've never met, you've got to weigh. What are you going to believe about them? All, some, or none, right? We talked about ways that you have tools to weigh their credibility. Weigh it back to the physical evidence. Weigh it back to the documents you see. Tie it back to what you hear from other folks, right? How many witnesses did you hear from? And how many of those can you get and start to paint the exact same picture? You all said, yeah, I can do that. So I just want to leave you with this, right? Don't go back there. The defense counsel comes out, and there's excuse after excuse after excuse for each little thing, or to talk about Charles Beltran. They're all just one little puzzle piece. Don't focus on the one until you put them all on the table. When you put them all out on the table and back in that room when you're deliberating, that's when you start saying, hold on, this piece maybe doesn't fit, but maybe I still see the picture there. And I'm confident that at the end of this, you will bring quick justice for Marisella, because it is the right thing to do, because the state has met our burden, and you will find Ms. Dykes guilty of murder and tampering with a human corpse.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, again, I want to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to serve as jurors. I know it's been a long trial. You made any excuses you could have given us. Again, you didn't do that. You accept responsibility, and now it's time for the state to accept responsibility for these allegations that they brought against Mrs. Dykes. I told you in the opening statement, I told you from the beginning, this is not about puzzle pieces. We're not talking about pieces of puzzles. We're talking about either you got the evidence or you don't. Because we're not talking about puzzle people. We're talking about Miss Dykes' life. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about her life. Whether she's going to be labeled a murderer, whether she's going to be labeled a felon. They have the obligation to bring evidence that proves this case beyond a reasonable doubt. They haven't done that because she's not guilty. She did not commit the offense as Charles Beltran told you. And they're absolutely right. Marisella does deserve better. She deserved better than DPD gave her, than Detective Ramirez did in the investigation of this case. I submit to you, one of the worst homicide investigations in Dallas County history. And we talked about false confessions and how they typically lead to wrongful convictions. You know, this was a terrible investigation. I had to call Detective Ramirez and put her on the witness stand. They don't want to support her. I called her so you could see her, you could hear from her, and understand how she botched, how they botched this investigation up. Because she had blinders on once she believed she knew what happened in the case and how she manipulated Charles Beltran into putting it all on Lisa Dice and Nina Morano. False confessions? You think I'm just talking? You think I'm just talking? I'm not just talking. Nina Morano was charged with murder based on statements of Charles Beltran. That was whenever, years ago, when they got charged. Back then, they just dismissed that case. They've been talking to Charles, getting him ready to testify at least 4 or 5 times with the state and his attorney, preparing him to testify. Talking about all the inconsistencies that even after he talked to the detectives the first time, he still had. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm trying to tell you is you cannot believe Charles Beltran. He's a liar. You know that because he gave story after story after story after story. These girls were having to believe, oh, he's such a, sugar bear. She's a sugar mommy, he's a sugar bear. He's so gentle. Well, if a gentle person had witnessed the horror that he's alleging Marisella went through, don't you think that would have affected them somehow? Don't you think that would have affected them in some manner? Everybody that came in contact with Charles said he acted wrong. He acted wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what happened to Marisella, other than she got her teeth knocked out. But what I do know from her family, from her friends, they all told me that she smoked weed, but she was not the type of girl that would go on a one-night stand with somebody like Chuck. I submit to you that what the evidence shows is, yes, she met him, she wanted weed, but that's all she wanted from Charles. But he wanted more. Remember he said, if you come to this room, you're gonna have sex. That's what he said. That's what he meant. I submit to you, I believe the evidence showed that he did take her to the apartment, somehow get her over to the house, wanted to have sex with her. She didn't want to have sex with her. Either he hits her in the mouth, I don't know who hits her in the mouth. Somebody knocks her teeth out. And I wanted to make sure I made a big point of that with the dentist. Those teeth, she had her teeth at 7-Eleven. Now her teeth are missing. That is physical evidence. Men lie. Women lie. Physical evidence does not lie. The drops of blood that were on that carpet are more consistent with someone having their teeth knocked out and bleeding, and then someone later trying to get it up, than a stabbing. That's why he's backing off the stabbing now. That's why they're backing off that she was stabbed. That Lisa's standing over her and she's stabbing her. Because any crime scene expert, officer knows that when you stab someone, ladies and gentlemen, the knife goes in, the blood comes out. The knife goes in, the blood comes out. The splatter is against the wall. Especially, that's why I had to do a demonstration. If you throw someone against a wall that has blood over them, you would anticipate the blood on the wall. There's no blood on the wall. There's no spatter on the floor. There was no tussle, no struggle, the way Charles Beltran lied to you about. The physical evidence does not support that. Men lie, women lie. Physical evidence does not lie. If this was a stabbing, where is the blood spatter? Stabbing. That's what they have to prove in their indictment, beyond reasonable doubt. Stabbing. Stabbing. I submit to you, he's pausing because, see, now they know. He's talked to the detectives, he's talked to the state all these times. They know that room don't show blood spatter consistent with a violent stabbing. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, if it did happen the way He said, she's in such a rage. She's so angry. She straddles her over the bed. The bed is right there on the wall. Where's the blood? They're struggling. They're both up. She's trying to get away with that. Where's the blood? Where's the blood? You can't get the blood up, ladies and gentlemen. You can make it appear like it's up, but you can't get the blood up. It's still going to show when you do that, the blue star. When Lisa is supposed to be going back to her room or going back wherever in the house to get out of this gown that clearly would have been dripping. I don't want to talk about her injuries, just the gown. She's supposed to be naked. Maricella's supposed to be naked. Where are the blood droppings? Where are the blood spatter? It's not there because it didn't happen the way Charles told you. It didn't happen that way. There's no evidence other than Charles Beltran that she was even killed at Mesquite. I submit to you, when you look at all the evidence, and they have to prove this. They have to prove this with evidence beyond reasonable doubt. They have to prove when she was killed. Look at the autopsy report. It says March 24th of 2021. You know that's not true. That's when they found the body. They have to prove that. Even as far as when the body got to Wilmer, where it was located, because of all the animals scavenging out there, potentially moving the body before it decomposed. You don't know when the body got there. So they say, okay, their phone's pinging. Let's talk about that. The phone's pinging in the Wilmer area. Well, if you look at the report, and I'm not going to put it for you, you'll see all the towers. You got one in Wilmer. You also have one in Hutchins. I submit to you that the ping from their phone is because they went to the FedEx location in Hutchins. If that FedEx location wasn't there, trust me, they tell you it is there. That is what happened. Coincidence? What? There's no evidence that the body was even out there on October the 5th. Not one shred of evidence. Not one shred of evidence in regards to when the body is out there, other than the fact that they found it on the 24th. And I said it to you, I don't believe the body was out there because you have to remember the FBI agents say they went to the area that they felt like the phones had pinged. They went to the whatever landfill, the area with the cement and stuff. They went out there. You got FBI agents combing that area looking for any evidence regarding Maricella's missing body. Nothing. It's later when the whoever is putting the traps out, and that's how they end up finding the body. But when they initially go out there, again, there's no evidence that that body is out there. But they need that because they have to have cooperation. They have to have cooperation. They don't have it. The blood does not corroborate the fact that Marisella was stabbed. I'll submit to you is just as consistent that that blood came from her teeth being knocked out. The phone pings does not corroborate that this offense took place the way Charles Beltran told you. It's not corroboration, ladies and gentlemen. It's not. So all you really got is an accomplice witness putting it all on Lisa Dykes. And that's important, ladies and gentlemen, because again, I wish you could have heard his interview with Ramirez and Ortiz. You know, all the lie after lie after lie he told about, again, not knowing what happened to Maricella's. I dropped her off. I thought she took an Uber, lie after lie. And it was only after, hey, they're going to say, you're the monster. And let me also touch base on, look, I didn't say nothing negative about her dress. It's how the kids dress. What I did say, and what I do want you to know, is they filed this case initially as capital murder because no one believed that Marisella would be with someone like Chuck. He knew that. He knew that. That's why he said, well, why did you call the police? Because I didn't think anyone would believe somebody like me. What do you mean somebody like you? Somebody with a record like mine. Somebody with a history of violence. Somebody like me. That's why I didn't want to get in trouble. Because I knew if they knew what happened, that I was with her, and whoever hurt her, I was going to get in trouble. So when the detective started feeding him this jealousy stuff, he ran with it. When the detectives were telling him, the attorneys are going to put it on you. The attorneys are going to put it on you. This is your only time to save yourself. So tell us. Tell us. And that's when he starts filling in the false allegations about Lisa and about Nina that I submit to you lead to false and wrongful convictions. Yeah, wrongful convictions, because that's exactly what would have happened if a jury heard these allegations that he made about Nina assisting in the stabbing. Nina's assisting in the stabbing, and they went back and found her guilty. Because finally, he says it's not true. She didn't assist. She didn't assist. And there's nothing to corroborate that she did anyway. They're both in that room, just like she told you. They're both in that room asleep. And we wanted to talk to you a little bit about the dog. Just because even though Charles had brought numerous women, numerous guys over to that house, in that room, in that studio, having sex, doing whatever they're doing, smoking dope, making music, doing exactly what you saw on that Picture Me This video. And the reason I wanted to show you that video is because that's who Chuck Beltran really is. 50-50, half amazing, half crazy. Unfortunately for Marisella, and I agree, she didn't deserve to meet the half crazy Chuck, but that's exactly what I believe the evidence shows. As far as the dog, again, had this happened the way they're alleging it happened, don't you think that dog would have ran in that room? Don't you think there have been blood paw prints everywhere? But there weren't, because it didn't happen the way Chuck told you it happened. All this stuff about them running, all this stuff about them evading, they didn't have to talk to the police. They didn't have to talk to the police, ladies and gentlemen. They told you they felt persecuted, you know? They felt like they were being blamed. They couldn't get a fair trial. That's why they left, that they were afraid of Charles and his people. When he said Santa Marcia's always watching, Santa Marcia's always watching, they were afraid not to cooperate with Charles. They don't know, she could easily got up there and said Chuck did. But she has no idea what happened to Marisella. She told you that. She's never met Marisella. And no physical evidence corroborates that she did. Nothing. Not one shred of evidence. Even the evidence that they got the arrest warrants on. You know, trying to lead judges to believe that they had her DNA. That was a lie. Nina's DNA, Chuck's DNA, with Maricella's DNA. All those are lies. The cement in the alley, lie. The hair sample, lies. Lies. A botched investigation. Marisella does deserve better than what Detective Ramirez did in this case. They deserve to have the right person found guilty. And it is more likely that Charles Beltran had something to do with her demise. And now he's covering it up, trying to blame everything on Lisa Dykes. Ladies and gentlemen, again, when you go through this jury charge, this is the law. You know, don't make the same mistakes that Detective Ramirez made, speculating, trying to force a square peg into a round hole or whatever puzzle talk we want to talk about. The evidence in this case does not corroborate Charles Beltran's, this last version that he gave. The evidence doesn't corroborate any version that he gave. Version after version, version to Dex, version to Fred, version to all the girls that he came in contact with, lie after lie after lie. Nothing corroborates it. He's a liar. He can't be trusted. I'm going to ask that you not further suborn this perjury is all it was. My opinion. But my opinion doesn't matter. What matters is what evidence came from that witness stand. And the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is the evidence does not corroborate Charles Beltran's version of the horrific murder that he's trying to tell you about. It just doesn't. Blood spatter is real. It's real. But it wasn't in that room. So there was no stabbing. There was no stabbing. Charles knows that. You should know that from the physical evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to submit to you that you should find Ms. Dykes not guilty, not just because that's what the law dictates that you do, but because this was a sloppy investigation, ladies and gentlemen. You remember the phone records that specifically showed that after he leaves Mesquite. Remember, they get to Mesquite because they're looking at his phone. But after he leaves Mesquite, he goes to Carmen's apartment. Where's Carmen? Why don't they ever talk to Carmen? Why didn't they check her apartment? Oh, well, her phone went off here about 8 o'clock in Mesquite, so we didn't go to. There's a million things he could have done with the phone. They're out all night. The phone could have went dead. A million things that could have happened in regards to why she can't use her accounts, why she can't use her phone. She's with Chuck 50/50, the monster. Why didn't they check that apartment? Was there evidence there at Carmen's apartment? We don't know. Why did Carmen disappear? Why did she disappear? Ladies, again, we're going to ask that you find Ms. Dykes not guilty because that's what we believe the law and the evidence dictates that you do. But more importantly, because she is not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. We have 30 minutes, Ms. Pittman.
Thank you, Ron. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you all were in Fort Dyer, we discussed that your verdict had to be based on the evidence that you saw and that was presented to you in this case. You also heard that the defense did not have to bring a case at all, didn't have to bring any witnesses at all, but they also could if they chose to. You've heard that you can make reasonable inferences, again, solely based on the evidence. But what you can't do is what you just heard Mr. Harris do. Mr. Harris spent his entire time speculating, making up things that could have happened, maybe could have happened, based nothing on the 404 exhibits that the state brought you and the 12 exhibits that the defense brought you. Nothing that he said was corroborated by anything, the exhibits or the 32 witnesses that we brought you and the 4 witnesses that he brought you. Nothing. Nothing at all. Ms. Dykes took the stand, and when you assess witness credibility, the first thing you need to do is see, is their testimony making sense? Is it backed up by anybody else's testimony? And in this case, she swore on direct and swore on cross over and over and over again that she had no romantic or sexual relationship with Charles Beltran. Yet in her phone that she is on talking to someone when she gets arrested in March of 2021, March 26th, his name is Lover. She chose that name for him. Yet she sat up there and lied to you. No, he was just a business investment. If she can't give you the truth about that one thing that everybody knows that here, she's not going to give you the truth about anything at all. Let's read this conversation. She reaches out to Lover, Charles Beltran, and says, "Hey, love, we good?" Takes some time before he responds, and so she says, "Guess not." She wants to know, has he said anything yet? She knows he's the one that knows what she did to Marisella Botello in that room. He's the one that knows, and she kept him close for months. That was her choice. She is not the victim here. She is not the victim here. Marisella is the victim. We good, guess not. Finally, he responds and says, "Yeah." "You?" She says, "Yep, I'm still hanging on. Attorney's seeing the wife today." He says, "Okay." She sat up there and told you she didn't have a choice about Charles Beltran, but yet her next message is, "I really wish we were together." It's hard to watch your own back, and tells him you can't trust anybody either. He says, "I know, love." And then he does what Chuck does and asks for money. He needs to change vehicles. That Jeep that she said was hers, but that he has and drove to Dallas and to New Orleans before he went to Utah, that's in his possession, not hers. He needs a new car. She says, "Yes, as soon as I see the attorney. I had to pay him up front, big gamble, but there doesn't seem to be any issue as long as she signs off." Use your reasonable inference. That right there is evidence. You can use a reasonable inference as to who she's talking about. She's talking about Nina. Nina's arrested and sitting in jail in Miami while she ran to Orlando. She said, "I called the jail myself." What'd they say? They got warrants for capital murder on all three of us. Now, Lisa Dykes has swore to you she didn't know what happened to Marisella Botello or where she was or anything else. Look at that message right there. She said she thought she was out and about on a bender, going to prostitution motels and things like that. Supposedly, they found her. She's talking about Marisella because they found her body just 2 days before. She knows the gig is up. She knows the gig is up. And she's got to get the heck out of Orlando. She's not worried about Nina. She's worried about getting her money. It says, but the attorney says they're building a case. They don't have evidence. They are guessing. I'm hoping she kept her shit together. She wants you to think that she cares about Nina, that she thinks Nina's on suicide watch, and so she's hoping she keeps her shit together in that way. No, she hopes that Nina keeps it together and doesn't talk. That's what the evidence shows. I need to get out of the state real quick. She's not trying to turn herself in. She's trying to run again. Ask Chuck, how much money do you need? How much can you send? I need to make moves. She says, I have no idea how much there is until I get her shit, Nina's shit. She wants you to believe that she wasn't using Nina for money. She's trying to get her shit. She's not talking about trying to get Nina out of jail. She's not talking about trying to help Nina, about caring about Nina, about being worried about Nina. She's talking about getting her shit so she can get out of this state. I'm trying to go to our fave spot that I wanted to live for a minute. You think you could get to me there? This woman that testified to you that she was so terrified, she felt like she didn't have a choice, is asking Chuck, asking this man that she's obsessed with, if he can get there to her. Or do I need to come get you? Says, I thought you got paid today. I did. This guy was $2,000 to get the money off of Nina. Who's she worried about? She's worried about herself. She's worried about Chuck. She's not worried about Nina, but she's worried about getting that money. He just called me. What did he say? Question mark? Mom, she's arrested. The gig is up. Lisa Dykes sat up there and told you that Chuck was just a business investment. She told you that she had lived with family, and Jimmy, her brother, said, yeah, I mean, she was there for us. That's what family does. We get each other's back. We do that. She helped me, and everything was going really well in Mesquite with all of them when all of a sudden, just weeks before, she tells Chelsea and Aaron and Jimmy that they've got to move out. Just weeks before, she met Charles Beltran. She tells Kat De Leon, I can't live the lifestyle I want to live with them here. Not I want them to spread their wings and fly. Not that I want them to take care of themselves. I can't live the lifestyle I want to live with them here. And what you see is the evolution of Lisa Dykes right there from when prior to when she met Charles Beltran all the way through to the bottom. Full tattoos, new haircut, platinum hair, makeup. The last hair appointment she had with Kat, she changes her appearance again, bright pink. She still has the scars from her facelift that Nina paid for. Nose rings. This is the willing evolution of a woman that was obsessed with a young, much younger man that was in the rap scene and in the bar scene. And this is what she thought he wanted her to look like. So that's what she did. That's what she did. But let's talk a little bit about the Lisa Dykes or Lisa Beltran that you met here in court. She was quiet. She was soft-spoken. Her attorney even said, pull that microphone up so we can hear you. Had that little country accent. All of those things. This woman has 37 years of experience in the courtroom. She knows the legal system. She's a negotiator. She's strong. She knows what she's doing. She's successful. She's raised these kids on her own. This is not a soft-spoken, weak woman. This is the woman that when she was confronted in Cambodia in a foreign country by 4 Cambodian officers dressed in SWAT gear and 4 Cambodian officers dressed in uniform, and 1 FBI agent looked that woman straight in the eye and said, what jurisdiction do you have here? That's the Lisa Dykes that killed Marisella Botello, not the one that came here to court today. Because see, she can change who she is for the circumstance. She wants to control the circumstances. When we talk about motive, it's not like she was so jealous of each of these women that he brought home that she wanted to kill them all, it was all about control. She had told Chuck no more. She had told him no more. And yet he continued to not listen to her. And let's talk about the time frame that we are talking about. We're talking about in October when she had just spent all this money on Chuck for a rap concert on October 3rd. I'm sorry, on October 4th or October 3rd in Arkansas. The van, the spot, the hotel rooms, the booze. She's walking around in the club. She's getting around just fine. She's done that all for him. All for him. And how does he repay her? Does exactly what she told him not to do. This last slide, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kat De Leon talk about her hair was always platinum. Always platinum, maybe some streaks of blonde, something bright. This is what she chose to do for her appearance when she was in Florida. Make no mistake about it, she is trying to hide. She is trying to change her appearance, and she's not trying to be found by the FBI, by the Dallas Police Department, by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, by anybody. Now, again, Ms. Dykes, this chart shows the nexus between all the witnesses that were called in this case and the people talked about in this case and how they were related to each other. Ms. Dykes got the benefit of hearing every single person in here talk. And what did she say? Of course, she starts with Charles Beltran's a liar. We'll get to his testimony in just a minute. But Charles Beltran's a liar. Her brother's a liar. Her coworker, Olivia Martinez, is a liar. Kat De Leon, her hairdresser of years, she's a liar. Jamie Scarpa, that she's met one time, that woman's a liar. Chuck's girlfriends are all liars. Freddie Chapman, when he says that she's driving, he's a liar. And so is Dax Stevens. The only person you don't see marked with liars, the only person that didn't show up, and that's Kyle Williams and his girlfriend, Valerie Sanders. Heard the call about why he didn't show up, because she told him not to. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, Ms. Dykes talked about her medical records yesterday proving what I don't know. She had a hard time with this thigh surgery? Sure. You read through this, what you'll find is that you have a non-compliant patient, a person who wants to be in control, is not listening to the doctors and causing her own problems. But more specifically, when you look at the appointment date on 9/22/2020, that's September 22nd, 2020, it talks about how on that day she's discussing with the individual that is looking at her. The notes indicate that Miss Dykes tells her on that weekend, I have a trip to Los Angeles planned. That weekend is not October 3rd. We're talking about September 22nd, 2020. That weekend is September 26th, 2020. She had a trip to Los Angeles planned with Nina that weekend. But what she told you is that, oh, no, we didn't actually plan on going to Arkansas. That was because we had to cancel our trip for October 3rd that we were going to take to Los Angeles because the doctor told me I had to. You can read through these notes yourself, but that particular appointment, the medical professional tells her, look, you don't need to go this weekend on your trip. And Miss Dykes was insistent that she was going to go. What you're gonna find from those medical records as well is that on October 2nd of 2020, not October 3rd of 2020, as Ms. Dykes said, but October 2nd, she had a follow-up appointment, and the doctor's notes indicate everything seems fine, and they didn't schedule another follow-up appointment until December. If she was in that kind of pain, as she had described to you all, don't you think they would be seeing her on a regular basis? At that point, everything is starting to come back together. Everything is starting to be fine, so much so that she can go to Arkansas, drive 4 hours in a car, walk around a club and party with a bunch of younger men at a rap concert, at a rap show. In October of 2020, Lisa wants you to think that all of these are coincidences. That she renewed her lease, which shows that she intended to be there for a full year, although she testified that, hey, we were already planning on going to Florida. Her lease documents show otherwise. She's planning on being in Texas for a while. That on October 5th, she calls in for an unknown reason. That's the day that Marisella is supposed to return. That's the day that she goes missing, and she calls into work, unexplained. Her call records show her down in Wilmer. Coincidence that the very next day, her wife, Nina, is desperately searching passport offices, how to get a passport fast, how to change your name on a passport fast. The very next day. Lisa's hair in her last appointment goes pink, and there's continued passport Google searches. The very first news article that comes out about Marisella is a WFFA news article on October 11th. Nina urgently wants to sell her Pennsylvania home the very next day. Calls Jamie Scarpa and says, I need to list it today. Not in a week, not let's sit down and talk about it today. That's just a coincidence. Lisa gets a phone call from the FBI. She tells all her coworkers, oh, it's fraud, it's fraud. It wasn't a real person. But tells that FBI agent that she could see on the Ring camera was legit, and tells him, you know, I haven't seen him in some time. I don't know where he is. I don't know his number. I don't know how to get in hold of him. The very first time she's contacted by law enforcement, she lies. And then the very next day, she quits. Unexplained, just out of the blue, according to her coworker. Is that just a coincidence too? These are all just in October. October 31st, that first search warrant in the Kensington house looked like they had moved quickly. It was abandoned, property left there. But the blood had been cleaned up. That blood had been cleaned up for sure. And that's her house. Make no mistake about it. She knows what goes on in her house. She's in control of what goes on in her house. When we're discussing the phone records that put her in Wilmer, this shows earlier that day that they are all in the same area at that Kensington home. And if you'll recall Mark Sedgwick talking about the time, the green arc, that timing advanced record, that is a different record that you get from Maricella's phone because it's a different provider, and that's almost real time. And you see right there in the middle, she's at that house. That yellow square indicates the Kensington, 3113 Kensington house. She's there. She's there with Chuck. Then you see the next day, you heard Chuck's testimony. He left out of there and he didn't go back that day. And his phone records support that. He tells you he went to get an oil change, that he hung out at Carmen's apartment in the parking lot, that he never saw her. Then he went down and got an oil change. And then he goes on and hangs out in the Deep Ellum area later that night. And you heard corroborating testimony about all of that. But here's the interesting slide. That red square right there, that is the location where Marisella Botello's remains were found. And if you recall Mark Sedgwick's testimony, that the azimuth is kind of the direct line where you see that V. The azimuth is that kind of direct line, and that indicates the direction in which those cell phones are pinging from. So they're within that little angle right there. And these are all the pings of Lisa's phone during that time period. They start at 6:36. Then you have one at 6:43, 6:50 for Nina's phone, 7:02, 7:07, 7:16, 7:22, 7:38. And each and every one of those, that azimuth is pointing towards the location where Marisella Botello's body was found. She wants you to think she was at a FedEx place in Hutchins. There's Hutchins right there. That's Hutchins. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 other towers that if they were really in Hutchins at that FedEx distribution location, those cell phones would have been pinging off of there. But no, they are within that area of where Marisella Botello's body was found. 2 turns, 2 miles from where she used to live. A left on Beltline, a left on Posto. Just off the road where you can park and pull a body just a short distance off the road behind brush. She didn't think anybody was going to find her before the animals had gotten to her, before her body decomposed completely. And so, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what I'm going to ask you to do with that is don't give her the benefit of her tampering with the corpse because she chose to dump that body out there where she knew nobody was going to look, and it was decomposed so they couldn't do a full autopsy on her. Don't give her that benefit and speculate that just because of that, there's no way to tell from the autopsy exactly how she died. You know how she died because Chuck told you how she died. And his story makes sense. When it comes to Charles Beltran, we brought you his testimony, but we didn't bring you his testimony uncorroborated. We didn't just throw him up there and say, tell your story and just leave it at that. There are 404 pieces of evidence that back up his story. Not only that, you have 32 witnesses that the state calls to corroborate bits and pieces of his story. There's not one person that can corroborate everything, but each person can corroborate something. And so let's start with that. Let's start with Raul Ortiz said that she left there and left his place at approximately 1 a.m. or so, 12:30, 1 a.m. because he got sick and she took a lift down to Deep Ellum. That's corroborated by the fact that the surveillance video shows her walking around by herself. And then she meets Chuck. And you see that surveillance video of her and Chuck meeting, and you can tell she wants to go with him. Was it a smart choice? Of course not. Was it a choice that a young 23-year-old that is trusting of human nature and trusting of people would make in that scenario? Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's a tragedy that she didn't know who she was going to be having to deal with later. Chuck did what he always did. You heard from Dax, you heard from Freddie, and they're like, man, this guy, 5 minutes, and he is talking to a woman and he's taking her home. And he doesn't have to force himself on anyone. He doesn't. And guess what? If she didn't want to have sex with him, it's fine. He's got plenty of other women that do. But this girl was cool, and they were hanging out, and they were having a good time, just like he always does, just like normal. You heard from Kat De Leon about Chuck and Lisa's relationship, and also you heard that Lisa was livid when she learned that Nina had slept with Chuck without her. Make no mistake about it, Lisa wants to control this relationship between her and Chuck. That is her prize, that is her possession, that is her boy toy. She's the one that pays for everything. She's the one that invests in his rap career. She's the one that brought this man in, and she wants to have control over that. Yes, the three of them were together. Yes, the three of them had sexual relationships together. Yes, she and Chuck had sexual relationships together. But when Nina did it with him, that was not okay. She was livid. And you know that to be true because two people that have never met, that didn't know each other, said that Lisa said the same thing. Olivia Martinez said that when she found out about Chuck and Lisa, she was livid. She said, quotation marks, I'm going to make Nina my bitch. I'm going to make her do anything I say. I take a body to Wilmer after you killed an innocent girl because you want to control the situation? Lisa is the one that got Nina involved in this. As far as what we talked about, what the defense talked about, Chuck's fear is real. He's a young black man covered in tattoos. That's his choice. Two-time felon, that's his choice. He pled guilty to those offenses. He served his time and he was out. But when he looked at it, when he ran from that situation, as his girlfriend Jasmine said he always would, as he always did, which is in his nature, which Dax Stevens said that's how Chuck deals with conflict. He doesn't fight, he runs. And Freddie said that's how Chuck is. He doesn't fight. He's a lover, he's a player, but he's not a fighter. He runs. He ran from that situation. The further that he ran from it, the bigger it got. He told you, he testified on that witness stand, look, I look like the bad guy. I look like who they would be looking for. But I'm not him. I didn't murder this girl. And he had no reason, no motive whatsoever to do anything to Marisella Botello. Defense makes a pretty big issue about the fact that her forefront teeth were missing. And you heard Dr. Casper talk about that the way that those teeth were missing, that they were fully out. They were completely gone, as if they were extracted from her mouth. Not a punch in the mouth with broken teeth. Those are inconsistent. When you get punched in the mouth, your teeth break and you bleed. They don't just fall out of your head.
Did you want to check this in the statement of the evidence in this case?
Overall, the jury will recall the testimony as they heard.
They don't just fall out of your head. You are allowed to use your common sense. You don't have to check that in when you are looking at the evidence and listening to the arguments and weighing things against each other. If anything like that happened in Marisella, her teeth would be broken, not completely missing. You understand that there was a lot of animal activity out there. There's a lot of reasons why those teeth might be missing. Her skull might not have been right where it was laying, where it sat when they found it, but it was definitely in that vicinity. Unfortunately, because it was March when they found her body, they couldn't find everything to give you a full picture. Chuck's story makes sense because the DNA evidence corroborates that. This is Chuck's room. You see the two windows right there? You see the blue purplish spot right there where the carpet is. That is where he testified that after Lisa stabbed Marisella, he woke up in his deep sleep. He'd been drinking. He'd been smoking a little bit of weed. He wasn't sure it was real at first. And thank you. And his reaction was to shove her off the bed, and Marisella came tumbling down onto the floor with Lisa. And then he jumped over and he pushed them apart. That stain from the carpet pad piece is exactly where Maricella's blood was found. Her DNA was found. So the physical evidence corroborates what he says. The phone evidence corroborates what he says happened after that. The records of Pennsylvania, Mexico, Miami, all of those things corroborate Chuck Beltran's testimony, and not one thing of any of this here and any of those witnesses back her up. And she won't even know that she has a relationship. Mr. Brown said Marisella deserved better than that. Of course she did. She's beautiful. She's full of life. She has dreams. She has hope. She has aspiration. She has to go to work on October 6th. And they want to speculate that she suddenly, within 24 hours of meeting Charles Beltran, became a tweaker, a prostitute, and a drug addict, and was wandering around in Dallas in places she doesn't even know. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is just not reasonable. Not reasonable at all. You know that she was killed on October 5th, 2020, because that's the only reasonable conclusion that the evidence supports. Marisella Botello deserves the 12 of you, the two alternates, to weigh the facts and the evidence in this case and to come to the verdict of guilty. But you know who deserves that more? Lisa Dykes. Lisa Dykes is guilty of murder and guilty of tampering with a corpse. And when your verdict of guilty is read out loud in the courtroom, you're not telling her anything that she doesn't already know. We're asking for a guilty verdict on both charges in this case on behalf of the Dallas County community, the family of Marisella Botello, and our victim, Marisella Botello Valdez. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pittman. All right. I see and have noticed that some of you have been taking notes. You will leave those in your seat here in the courtroom. Those will be collected by the bailiff, given to me. They will not be read by anyone. The two alternates, you will be put in a separate jury room while 12 jurors begin their deliberations. Now, for the 12 of you beginning your deliberations, it is almost lunchtime. It is up to you to decide if you want to break for lunch and how long. You can take 10 minutes, you can take 30 minutes or an hour. You can go get your lunch and bring it back. All jurors must be present at all times during your deliberations. Whenever you do decide to go to lunch, or if you want to go get it and bring it back, please push the red button, turn on the light, and let the bailiff know, so that we can all take a lunch as well. All right, please leave all of your notes in your chair, and you will now retire to begin your deliberation.
All right.
Hello, is anybody there? 2 people? Oh my gosh, I can't believe how long it took me. It was supposed to only take like an hour and a half. I left here around 11. What is it now? 2:40. Jeepers, I was waiting for this woman. I wrote in there. Oh, is anybody there? Oh, I had written to you guys on you. Oh, I wrote to you guys from abroad. From abroad. While I was out, but I don't see the message here. So nobody's there. I see 2 people, but anyway, I'm going to refresh this screen. They're apparently on a break. I may restart. I'm going to refresh. If we get cut off, I'll just relog on, okay? Because it's not, let me reload. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Okay, you guys are still there. Let me share that screen again. What a disaster. Well, now it's stopped, but it was raining. Oh, I got all wet. I went to pick up some toys for tots. We're having an event. I work with a ministry. We're having an event this Saturday, like a Christmas party. So I went to pick up the toys. But I had written, where's my message? Because while I was out, I wrote in the chat that I was out. I was taking longer than expected, but I don't see it here in the chat. So and am I still on Twitch? Apparently I am. All right, and again, I'll post the link in case, that's why, in case it cuts off or whatever, although now I'm back, so it doesn't. Here's the link in case something happens and this one cuts off, you can go directly. Okay, there it is. And see it. All right, now I'm gonna go get my lunch. I'm gonna make something I think I'll just make a big salad. I have the salads that I make. Hi, baby girl. I think next time I go out for so long, I'll put the camera low to the floor so you can see my girl. Were you all by yourself all this time? Did you miss mommy? You did? You did? It's intermission. I guess where are they? On break? They must be on lunch break. Oh, they might be coming back. So, oh, and you're cold, baby girl. I gotta put on her sweater. I bought her a little sweater. And she has a blouse, not on my mouth. She's my doll. She's my baby doll. She's cold. Where's your sweater? Let's put it on. Oh, it's only like 70 degrees. It's not that cold, but we're used to really hot weather. So, all right, let's put this on her. Inside out. Okay, baby. There you go. Put your head in here. There you go. Put your head through there. Let's show everybody your pretty sweater. It's a very elegant kind of a off what it's a brown. It's not brown, it's tan. It kind of matches her color. There you go. There you go, nice and toasty warm now. I don't know if it's a little too heavy for this weather. Isn't that cute? Oh, let me let you see it up close. We don't have a lot of light on. So see, it's the same color as she is almost. So you may not be able to see it that well. All right, are you going to start growling at mom? Sometimes she starts growling out of the blue for no reason. Get your arm out. All right. All right, I hope you like the fashion show. Maybe that'll warm you up. Will that warm you up? Oh, baby girl, she's so cold. All right, I'll share the screen. I'll go make a salad, and I'll be right back. If anybody, y'all might have stepped away too. 3 people. All right, it's on intermission apparently. Okay? All right. They still haven't started up. I'm gonna guess. I don't know what time they went on recess. Is it almost 3? I can't see. Let me see. I can't see the time, but 'cause I'm wearing both contact lenses. I think it says 2:52. So when they come back, I'll mute the mic again. I'm making a baked potato in the microwave. I guess it's a microwave potato. I just basically poke a few holes in a potato, stick it in the microwave, 4 minutes each side. I got the 4 minutes. I got to go back, flip them over, do the other side. Then I open, I eat them like a baked potato. Put inside whatever you want. I don't like to cook. Anybody there? Somebody say something. Yeah. So I lost my Instagram account, my political Instagram account yesterday. I think they're going to cancel it. They said I appealed it. They said we'll let you know in 24 hours, and I'm sure they're going to cancel it. People can't handle truth when it's too blunt. So I'll just open another one at some point. I think I'll take a break for a while. Where are these people? So I hope I didn't miss anything too juicy. They were interviewing one of the, the person that is accused, one of the accused. There's 3 accused in this case. So they were interviewing the one. All right. Well, nobody has anything to say? What are you doing, baby girl? Well, let's entertain our people, if they're even there. I have a feeling you guys logged in and walked away like I did. Come on. Come say hi to my friends again. We have a newcomer. There were 2 people, now there's 3 of you. This is Penny Lou. If you've been here before, you know her. Or Leona Penelope is her full name. What are you doing? She's a Jekyll Hyde. She has a neurological disorder, hydrocephaly, but not a huge case of it because many times children and babies and dogs with hydrocephaly, cats, whatever, their heads get very enlarged because there's an excess of fluid in the brain. But her head hasn't gotten too large. She has a big head, but you can't see it. She thinks she runs that place. She thinks she runs the world, to be honest. She doesn't realize that she's only 6 pounds. She picks fights with me all the time. I'm very sweet to her. But, sometimes we'll be snuggling, everything's fine, and suddenly she'll become angry. Usually it's around feeding time. When she's around food, she's very aggressive. Are you still shivering, baby girl? So when she starts growling, I know, oop, time to put her down. All right, see, she's getting a little anxious. I'll put her down. Oh. Let's see if they come back into the court. All right, flip it over. The other side. So I'm gonna take off my contact lenses. Don't attack your mommy. Don't attack your mom. I'll give you some work. Oh, they're back. Good. I have my baked potato. I just put a little milk in there and a little salt and pepper. That's all. And I took out my contact lenses so I can actually see, but I have to get close now. It's 3:02. Yeah, they're back from lunch. Okay, I'm going to mute the mic. Well, I figured they'd start. But, all right, when they start talking, I'll mute the mic. Although I have nothing really to say unless you guys ask me some questions or say something. Do any of you follow me on Instagram, or did you before they took my... It was a very controversial account. I did that on purpose. But I thought Instagram had opened up a little bit for free speech, but I guess they haven't. They just didn't warn me. They warned me a little bit, but TikTok warned me more. They didn't take me down yet, but I'm sure they will. TikTok. People have to be able to say what they want, even if it hurts other people's feelings. They have to be able to say it.
Before they come in.
They start. Oh, okay. You're muting the mic.
I did.
Two dozen roses.
Oh, yes. Team player.
You're gonna need them.
Eyes wide open. Silence on phone. $1 million.
One of these days, we're gonna go past this.
All rise.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court has received your jury verdicts. All right. Ms. Dykes, please stand. The jury verdicts read as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment. For the second case, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment. Both verdicts are signed by the presiding juror, and the name is...
I missed the whole trial.
You may be seated. Is this ready to proceed in punishment?
Move it for a trial.
You may.
Let me Google. It's gonna already be out. Let me write my friend, because he was. I don't know if he's watching. 1 second.
Before you call, well, oh, here's Mr. Settler. Mr. Settler, if you could, hand the jury back their notes, books, and things, if they want to take notes on punishment.
What's the girl's name?
I'm not sure.
Marisella.
All right.
Botello.
All right, call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Luis Botello.
Now they're gonna do victim impact. Okay, I'm blocking the microphone.
All right, sir, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Botello, can you state your name and spell your name for the court, please?
My name is Luis Botello Varadez, Luis Botello Valadez.
Your Honor, may I have a picture, please?
You may.
And Luis, will you tell the jury your relation to Marisella?
Marisella was my
Wait, guys, post in the chat. Didn't they just find her guilty? What's going on now? I thought they just found her guilty. This isn't a victim impact. It's more testimony.
I'm 20 years old.
And Marisella would have been 25 now?
25, 26, around there. Not that age.
You said you grew up with her in that apartment, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was she like as an older sister?
She was the sister that I've always the best sister I could have asked for, that my parents blessed me with, and sadly she's no longer with us anymore.
Growing up, you guys have lived in that same apartment for your whole life, is that right?
That's right.
And it's a fairly kind of small size apartment.
That's correct.
Your parents are very hardworking people, aren't they?
Without a doubt.
Your dad's had the same job for what, 25 years?
25 years now, recently 25 years.
Tell the jury about your sister, what kind of, what she learned from your parents.
My sister definitely, she learned how to.
Yeah, that was the verdict. So now these are the victim impact statements. So they'll decide her. They will decide her sentence.
She was always working. She was a. She would always. She would always stay involved in healthy activities, sports throughout her middle and high school career, high school years. She'd just always just be this just amazing, just great vibe you could be around.
Louisa, why don't you tell the jury, there was a time that your sister, she got her first job when she was about 15, is that right?
That's correct, around that age.
And was she working at Wendy's with your mom?
That's correct.
And you were how old at that time? About 12?
12 years old around that time.
Okay. Is that about the time that most kids are starting to get cell phones and things like that?
Yeah, everyone in my class would always always have their cell phones. I was like the only kid in my entire classroom that didn't have a cell phone.
Did you ask your parents for one?
Too many times.
To the point that they were done with that question, right?
Yeah, they made it very clear that they probably weren't going to buy me a baby.
And tell me what, and that was because they really couldn't afford it at that time, is that right?
That's correct.
What did your sister do?
So I was coming home from, I think I was playing some basketball with my friends right down the street. And I seen she was walking with a little Metro PCS bag. I thought she purchased a phone for herself. I didn't know what it was. And I went up to her and I asked her, "Oh, what phone did you get?" I forgot what she told me, to be exact. We both go upstairs into the apartment, and she pulls out this little Samsung phone. She told me, this is for you. She gifted me my first ever personal cell phone.
That was from her first job when she was 16.
Yes, ma'am.
How does she look out for you now that you're old? So you are 20 years old now, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Marisella was taken from you when you were 17, is that right?
That's right.
What kind of influence did she have on you in your high school years?
So obviously at that time she already graduated high school. She always, before I started my freshman year, my sophomore year, she always told me, just stay focused in your classes, stay involved in activities after school, because that's what she did herself. She always wanted me, to just stay on the top of my class so I could build that mentality, have a working mentality that would just help me with my future career. So I feel like that's what she just wanted me to have, a good working mindset overall.
And you're currently working, right?
That's correct.
And you're planning on going back to school,
I'm thinking on joining a trade school.
trade school?
Yes.
Tell the jury what it's like day to day now that you don't have your cell phone.
Growing up with the person that basically that's the only person you can kind of relate to, because she's the only because that was the only person that was closest to my age. Obviously, I had my friends, but every day I had that person who I could just kind of talk to, just have those conversations you typically kind of don't have with your parents. Just kind of, it's a lot of things I could connect with her, since she was the closest to my age in that household.
And how is your mom handling and dealing with the loss of your sister?
The way I see my mother handle this tragedy that happened to us, it's the way I see my mom every day doing her best as being the loving mother that she's always been. She's always taking care of us, despite of us losing our sister, their firstborn child. The fact that all of this happened, herself and my dad, I don't even know how to explain myself. They find a way to keep pushing forward, to continue on with their lives, despite of this tragedy happening to us.
That's what you're trying.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may stand down. Please, watch your step.
Further questions?
No.
Not yet.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury room, we're gonna send you back, jury, I think I called you ladies and gentlemen of the jury room. I think I called you, but ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're gonna send you back to the jury room. We, need to find an interpreter. And we had not scheduled. So there's a couple running around the building. We'll find them. But we'll be in recess until we do.
All right.
Please remember your instructions.
Another recess? They just got back. All right. Okay. Wait, I'm gonna calm her down. Stop. All right, no barking. Come on. You wanna come up here? All right, they're on another recess. Okay, so all right. Are you being a good girl? You being a good girl? All right. She gets a little bit cringy sometimes when you pet her. She's very oversensitive. I guess that's part of her neurology. Neurology. Oh, you're being sweet to mommy today. Good. I hope you stay that way. We started her on a new medication. Not new. She's taken the medication before. And then she was off it. It's a steroid, so I don't know how a steroid would necessarily help her behavior. She's not actually much better. She still growls when I'm around the food, but maybe she's slightly sweeter. All right, well, they're gone. And if nobody's chatting, I guess I'll hang up. And if they come back in, I see there's 3 people, but I have nothing really to talk about right now. So I guess they're on a recess. Did they say how long? Anybody? So I guess I'll end this. And if they come back in, I'll start it up again. But running this for no reason is kind of silly. And I have nothing to talk about. All right? So come back. If you subscribe to me, either on Twitch or on YouTube, I'm streaming to both. I think when I come back on live, it gives you a message. So you can come back in and watch the trial with me. Okay? Thanks, guys. Sorry I wasn't here today. Those errands took me longer than I expected. Okay, bye. Hope to see you in a little while whenever they come back. Bye. Bye.